Right over there. Follow me.
So this is where we'll be sleeping from now on. Oh, Paimon can't believe this! By the way, Traveler, even though the Duke didn't say it too directly, judging from what he said at the end, it seems that he was only welcoming. We are criminals, and Paimon did eat that cake. Is it possible that he knows we're here on a mission? Or is Paimon overthinking things? Yeah, maybe something like, "Hey, I have my eyes on you, so don't try." Yeah, you're right. And besides, the Duke said that, so we at least need to try. You mean... Yeah, that's what Paimon was thinking. Fortunately, based on his attitude, it looks like the Duke sees Linny as just another... We worked so hard to help clear Linny and Lynette's names, and yet we turn around and bam! He's a... Oh, right! Linny and Lynette are from the House of the Hearth. They work for the Knave, so they could be here to investigate too! Huh? Oh, it's a... It looks like a magician's prop. Lenny, it was nice to bump into you again. What in the world? It's written like he's greeting a buddy on the street. Paimon thought he'd write something important. If you say so, we can ask him what's going on. Hey, you're finally awake! Well, it's Paimon's first day as a prisoner. Last night, Paimon dreamed about getting interrogated by the guards until Paimon told them everything, and then Paimon woke up. Hey, come on! It's just a dream, okay? Paimon
Hey, lazy bones! What are you still doing here? If you don't want to starve, then get yourselves over to the...
sorry!
Ah, you must be the catch of the day. Looks like you've got some luck getting assigned this space.
Yep, we just arrived, yep.
Don't interrupt me when I'm
Yes, sir.
Listen carefully to my instructions. I don't want any mishaps. Every machine here is worth more than the both of... Working around these machines can be very dangerous. Anyway, the Fortress of Meropide doesn't want to lose a single one of its machines. And it also doesn't want to waste the production potential of any inmate. You got that?
Got it.
Your job is to use the machine over there to process widgets. Watch carefully, And make sure you step on the pedal at the right time. If the machine gets jammed... Here, take this. Bring me the process widgets, and I'll give you...
So if the machine gets jammed, you just need to attack it to fix the problem. Once the widget is hot enough to glow, jump to step on the pedal and hit the widget with the hammer. You got it! Great! Now we can
Huh. This one is... tolerable. Though, since the processing is done by machine, the product is all pretty much the same. Alright, I'll pass you for now. And we'll count up how many credit coupons you've earned.
He probably just finished up his work, too. Lenny? Mr. Magician? Where are you? Oh, this had better not be some disappearing act. He doesn't seem to be around here. Let's try. Where could he be? Did he decide to slack off and...
Hey, over here. Oh, you scare so easily now? Is there something worrying you these days?
You little... The only thing we're...
Sorry. Come over here and keep it down.
Oh, Lynette! You're here too!
That's right. My brother simply can't stand to be away from me.
It's not just Lynette. Fremine is also here.
Oh, you mean that... Now hurry up and tell us. How did you end up...
Sadly, even the teeniest of things can land you in prison these days. I put together a street performance and used the popularity we gained from the Opera House incident to attract...
And then...
Next, I invited several audience members to participate in the show. And then, with the entire...
My brother was charged with theft, and I was charged as his accomplice, having assisted him in his crime.
It really isn't that bad.
Yep, we should be released then.
In terms of the magic trick itself, I think the performance...
Leave it to Lenny to magic himself into prison.
Indeed. Last time I hid my identity from you, I promised that I'd tell you absolutely everything if you were angry about it. No more secrets. So I don't plan on keeping anything from you this time either. At the moment, the House of the Hearth's interests don't conflict with yours at all. We were instructed by the father of our house, the Knave, to come here and conduct an
Told you so, see?
As for what we're investigating, perhaps you haven't heard. Some even say that the entire fortress exists just to protect it. The House of the Hearth has been investigating this for but recently, we believe that this is a direct provocation. Father has somehow managed to confirm that Focalors does not have Fontaine's Gnosis.
Huh? How did she manage to...
Father has her ways. Many of them are beyond her.
It was this
So it's all...
Well...
Bingo! The name is... She wants to know what happened to Child, so we came here to Traveler, are we allowed to tell them?
You don't need to worry too much about that. She's just asking for a report on Master Child's predicament as a means of pressuring you. Father used this situation as a pretext to negotiate with two high-ranking officials in the court of Fontaine. She actually just wants to be able to make concessions on this matter for gains elsewhere. Almost like a bargaining chip.
Sometimes you need an excuse to do things you otherwise couldn't. And a harbinger is more valuable than you might imagine.
Of course, it's not a
Is it just Paimon? Or does it feel like we're the only ones who actually care about Child?
I wouldn't go that far. Father just has different standards than we do when it comes to what can be sacrificed for an advantage. By the way, I have a suggestion. Even though we have different objectives, we're both here to investigate the fortress of Merope. As you know, the House of the Hearth has many reasons to seek the Gnosis, but our highest priority remains resolving the prophesized crisis.
See, I told you.
Is that so? Sure enough.
Lenny seems to be thinking pretty hard about...
Of course he is. Lenny has been looking forward to a chance to reach an understanding with you ever since last we met. Or, I should say, we were really looking forward to teaming up with you this...
Lynette, just tell them everything, why don't you?
It's okay to open up a little.
Very prudent of you, and consistent with your behavior since we first met. That's reasonable enough, and I agreed to cooperate on these terms as well. I was prepared for the worst, but you were actually more agreeable than I anticipated. All right then, there's no time to lose. Since Lynette and I arrived here, our investigation uncovered most people just... You should be aware...
A forbidden...
Good. Oh, look at...
Oh, that's just what Paimon wanted to hear! wasn't kidding. Today's meal is nowhere near as good as last time. Oh, who knows how long it'll be until we're lucky enough to get that super forget about it then. We'll just deal with the regular food, but like...
You think so, mate? If I had a... Seems you fishies still haven't learned your lessons from your life up on the surface. If you take things at face value, then by the time you reach a dead end, you won't even know how you ended up on that road in the first place. Like everyone's been telling you to just follow the rules and not cause any trouble for yourself. Am I right? But what they don't tell you is that the rules aren't exactly what they pretend to be. The rules for being a prisoner. The truth is, this place has a lot of hidden rules.
Huh? Hidden?
Not everyone knows about those rules, but whether you know them or not, once you break one, you might...
Really? Oh, now you're really scaring poor Paimon, don't you?
Of course. And I'd say that just disappearing would be one of the better outcomes.
Oh, you mean that if there really are hidden rules, then Child's disappearance? In that case, would you tell us...
Come on, mate. This is valuable information.
Paimon understands, but...
Yeah, I know. Not like I'm going anywhere. Just come talk to me after you've saved enough. Moreover, you're new fish, freshly caught, and completely out of your... I'm usually around the rag...
He left. Just like that. Huh. Do you think he's just trying... Yeah. It might be a good... But, like he said... we were so busy...
The Eclipse Tribe. So the Hilly Churls have normal-sounding tribe names like these, too.
The Hilly Churls of the Eclipse Tribe are really mysterious. All the Hilly Churls of that tribe can draw an eclipse symbol. But rumor has it that only the Dada Sama Churl of the... So Paimon just confirmed with the guards that our shift is set for every morning, and we're free to do whatever we want all afternoon. But it seems like most of the other inmates choose to continue working through the afternoon. Oh, and they also said that you can use coupons to skip work in the morning and free up your time. They weren't kidding. Credit coupons really... Nighty-night, Traveler. Paimon hopes we can keep making... Are you awake, Traveler? What's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind. Did you dream about something Is that even possible? Oh, Child's vision! Maybe the vision connected Child's consciousness to yours. And our investigation has it. So what did you see in the dream? Do you know where Child went? Huh. Okay. Well, what's more important now is that it's the start of another new day of... What's the plan for today? Let's go! It's time to start working. If that guard Fielding catches us skulking about, he's sure to give...
Look who decided to show up. Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a-wasting. Good, here you go. On speed. But after so many shifts, it seems we're really getting the hang.
Hey there, fellow shiftmates. I saw you
Oh, hey!
I've been working here for almost 15 years.
Whoa, you've been working here a long time, Chief.
If there's a...
Alright, Chief. We'll be sure to come to you first.
Did you just ask about... Pretty sharp for newcomers. You've already heard about the rules, huh? Who'd you hear it from? Alright. Truth is...
Huh? Wait, there's even a rule about that?
Well, it's usually not that easy to break one. If you work continuously, then something bad will happen during lunch on the third day.
Huh? Like what?
If I knew that, then...
You mean, even you have never tried working 3 days like that before?
There's actually a legend about this rule. They say that there was a worker who worked way harder than me. He was both efficient and... One time, he tried to test his limits and worked... He disappeared into thin air, as if he'd evaporate.
What the... How could that happen?
Unfortunately, we were assigned different production zones. I never saw for myself what he looked...
Wait, are you thinking that it was...
Oh? You... Listen, kid.
Yeah, I agree with Chief here. Do you really want to try? Alright. Oh, just a regular meal set. What would you like to do this? Let's go! Credit coupon?
Look who decided to show up. Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a-wasting. Good, here you go. Remember to give me the widget once you've finished processing it.
I'll keep this close.
Let me have a look. Not bad. Right, here's your credit coupons.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to get up. What do you have planned for us? But Paimon really hopes the foreman will be in a better mood today.
Oh? What's with suddenly wanting to work so hard? You need
Sure. What? Nice! We did well. Ooh, Paimon's hat. That's it. Paimon doesn't even have the energy to talk anymore. Is it? Wait a sec. Now that Paimon thinks about it, haven't we been working non-stop for 3 days now? And now it's... Oh, Paimon feels a shiver going... But it doesn't seem like anything's changed at all. And we made it to the Koopa... Are the so-called hidden rules only a rumor after all? Well, there's no use to... Paimon wonders what will... Wait! What? What in the world is that? Is this stuff... meat? But it is going on? Is this the bad thing that Rowan was talking about? No, stop right there, Paimon. Hey, isn't that Woolsey over there? Hey, Woolsey, have a moment?
What is it? I'm about to go report the numbers for today.
It's about the meat in our meal.
The meat? Oh, that.
How could this be fun? What should we do now? Woolsey wouldn't even give us the time of day. Is he trying? Yeah, looks like we have no other choice. Paimon was positive. What would you like to do this afternoon? Since we have time now, let's
Oh,
No need.
sorry. I couldn't help but think of His Grace once I saw. Oh, it's hard to say.
Wait.
Oh, I'm always indecisive. What? Please.
It ruined Paimon's appetite for the whole day. Keep it away from Paimon. It ruined Paimon's appetite for the whole... Siegewing? Aren't you supposed...
Hello, Traveler. Paimon. Everyone's usually busy around now, and we don't have any patients to look after in the infirmary. I thought I'd come here and enjoy the sight of...
Enjoy?
It's really worth watching. I often stand here and observe everyone. Humans are just so interesting and adorable. I like to watch your expressions while you work.
Are you talking about pets or people?
Oh, I can see why you think that, but you shouldn't jump to conclusions. See, we Melazines are...
Wait, Melazines can see that?
Yes, running around tending to everyone's health is very fulfilling. Take care of your body, and make sure you eat well.
We'll definitely take care of ourselves.
Hey, it's the Traveler and Paimon.
No need to tease me. I won't trip on the same step twice. Listen, I feel ashamed about last time. Thank you for praising me in front of His Grace. Here are the extra credit coupons he gave me. I'd like you to have them.
Huh? No, we could...
But when I was welcoming you, I didn't do anything but give you the stick. Come on, I insist. These coupons are nothing compared to getting the attention of His Grace. I won't take no for an answer.
Oh, I was injured a bit.
Huh. Paimon wouldn't...
Shh. I just...
Oh, you mean she wasn't...
Yeah. The rumors say that there's never anybody in the infirmary and...
Huh. That's actually really strange. Cedrine's always...
Forget it.
Oh, wonderful. I was worried that you'd be busy trying to earn credit cube.
Paimon likes having more coupons. Have you also been in...
No, I was just slacking off, and you happened to My brother is still obsessed with anything remotely related to the... Oh, before I forget.
Huh? Credit...
I've been here longer than you, so credit coupons aren't a resource in particularly short supply. What is in short supply are interesting people to talk with.
Aw, that's so nice. Hey, look! That suspicious guy peeking into the infirmary. He must have dropped this. The Melis, as a result... Ooh, this all sounds pretty serious. And as for the note...
If I were you, I'd make the most of my time here. You might not believe me.
Oh, you want to stop investigating? Okay, you should rest. So after working a few days straight, we got... some... Has our investigation turned up anything useful recently? Really? Well, we'll... Maybe we can make some progress in our investigation. What do you have planned for us? After working here so long, we're really starting to get the hang of it. But doing this same thing all the time can get old pretty... Yeah. Gonna take her time and savor What would you like to do this Knowing child, he must have...
Oh, you must be the Traveler, huh? Sorry, mate, but competitors as strong as you are prohibited from participating. I don't make the rules, mind you, but I was given very specific and even convicts value their lives, don't they? I hope you can understand. But we have a game here that'll let you show off your strength, and you'll even earn some credit coupons in the process. What do you think?
And if...
Of course. That's the cruel reality. Okay. The targets in front of you will pop up one after another. You'll need to hit the targets in the same order that they... But the second you mess up the order, the game costs 300 credit coupons to have it. Thanks for your patronage, mate.
Okay, do your best to hit the targets, just like Colin said!
Your strength really shouldn't... Nobody who values their life would be willing to get in the ring with you. However, you two haven't tried betting. Just go talk to Rusimov.
But we...
That's normal. Just watch a few matches and get a feel for the fighters. It won't be long before you can pick...
He's got a point. Why don't we give it a try? If we haven't...
Huh. Bet at random, huh?
Huh? We shouldn't get too carried away. What's...
What? I never even picked a boxer before, and you already know about the rules? You're not... might as well tell you about it, since you already know that much. Plus, I think you've got the potential to be one of my greatest customers. I think I can let you in a bit. Besides, I don't want to risk ever losing a customer like you.
Is it...
Okay. The hidden rule here is... if you buy both boxers' tickets and support them both, something bad will happen the next morning.
So the rule... And what do you mean by...
How would I know? But I've heard according to the rumor, there was a mass... However, and after that, in his eyes, supporting both...
So you mean... it's like... A curse? He'll take
No, he was always wearing a mask.
Traveler, do you think that boxer was... Huh?
You're not... Look, here I was just trying to be nice and warn you, yet here you...
Yeah, it sounds pretty scary to Paimon. Seems you've made up your mind.
Betting on both fighters will set you back about 3,000 credit coupons. If you have enough, then...
Aw, looks like we won't get a chance to sleep in as long as we're here. Oh, Paimon doesn't want to get up. What do you have After working here so long, but doing the same thing all the time can get old pretty quick. Yeah, it's good to kick back and... Gonna take her time and savor. What would you like to do this afternoon? Knowing child, he must have been there all the
time. Are you two here to buy tickets? Better be quick.
Who are the boxers in the next round?
We have the reigning champ, Le Grappler, versus a contender from the Eastern...
Are those their nicknames, or...?
Since you're new around here, I'll help you out and give you a little suggestion. Anyway, for this match, I recommend... Huh? For both fighters? I could tell you're new to this, but I didn't think you were completely clueless. Maybe you don't quite understand the rules, no?
Oh, no need.
All right, then.
Yeah. Seems we had a productive day. Hope we can make...
Hey, Traveler. Paimon. Package here for you. The next time you buy something, go pick it up yourself. I'm not a delivery...
Huh? A package? For us? Did you buy something, Traveler? Paimon's not quite awake yet, so why don't you go take a look? All right! Yesterday we broke the hidden rule and bought tickets for both boxers. Oh, maybe this... Paimon suddenly feels wide awake. Wait, maybe let Paimon go hide somewhere first. Just call... Hey, wait! Paimon's still here! Don't open it! Huh? Oh, it's just a small bottle. But the color of the liquid inside looks so wrong. Almost like... Alright, that's enough of that. No need to say it out loud. Paimon already knows what you're trying to say. Ugh! No way! Get that stuff away from Paimon! Paimon thinks we should... What do you have planned for us? Though it feels nice to... Who are you? We've never seen you before.
I'm not. Of course I'm not. Please, don't mistake me for a criminal. I'm a good law...
Then...
I'm a promoter for Fontico.
Oh, a promoter from Fun...
After discussing the company's promotional plans with... However, in light of our long history of successful collaboration... let me take a moment and recall his exact words. I'm just gonna... It seems you don't fully But as for the latter, only someone monumentally stupid, so... Anyway, that's how he Fine, fine.
Hey, I heard you crazy fools really did it. You bought tickets to support book.
Well, the next day we received a mysterious...
So it is real. You didn't become cursed or anything like that, did you?
Paimon's not sure. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you two. Still, I didn't expect you would actually do it. You'd actually throw away coupons like that.
Even if we bought tickets like it, when it comes to things like this, it's always the organizer who makes the...
Hey, just what are you trying to imply? You make so little that even the current tournament...
Oh, so it's...
Let's just say it's a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Maybe not. Every page has the font to... Okay. But if someone catches us, they could accuse us of... Oh, you're right. Guess there's nothing to worry about then. Let Paimon have a look here. Without assistance from the Fontaine Research Institute, we have no choice but to let the new... We have decided to only conduct closed, small-scale trials for the time being. Sure doesn't seem like anything... Let's put these papers back where we found them and make it look...
Show me what you got.
We ended up here without even thinking about it. Wanna grab... Alright, but... What is this garbage? What would you like to do this afternoon? After working here so long, but doing the same thing all the time can get old pretty quick. Yeah, A mysterious box? Do you have any ideas, Traveler? Really? Well... Okay, so we've investigated two of... We'd better pick up the pace with our investigation, otherwise we'll never get anywhere. Yeah, let's skip work for... Hey, isn't that Vidoc over there?
Ah. Seeing you at this time must mean you've already saved up a lot of credit coupons. Or at least enough to skip work. Seems you're getting into the swing of things around here.
So, now...
If Leonid and those other pesky broke urchins have all gone to...
We get it, just...
So, you know those pipes?
Something even more...
A group of...
Cannibals?
Every month, they meet a few times in the dead of night. Rumor has it they might be connected to the people that have disappeared here. But what's even since they have no way to dispose of the leftover remains, they have ways to transform them into other forms. And keep them...
Paimon might already know what you mean by other forms. So that's what's going on here. Oh, Paimon's stomach doesn't feel so good.
I've got things to do too.
Traveler, can we just trust him on this one? Oh, Paimon doesn't want her... Oh, so that's how you see the situation. Huh. When will all this... Vidoc isn't here.
Just... Oh, is that your service?
What?
What are you talking about? Listen, you should keep your nose out of other people's business.
Their attitude sure is suspicious. Like they're trying to avoid us. But if they're being so obvious about Oh, this is all getting way too creepy for Paimon. So you mean we still need to investigate... Fielding?
What do you want? Criminals like you ought to be working right now. Catch my drift.
We just want to ask you a simple question. Have you ever discovered anything odd during your night?
Why are you asking about something like that? Whatever happens at night isn't your concern. All you need to worry about is getting enough sleep.
Well... Right! We've heard it happens a few times every month. Paimon has sensitive ears, so it makes it hard to sleep.
Really? I see. But it's not like I'm on duty every night. And now that you mention it, I recall my colleagues talking about something like that before. They say that strange things tend to happen at night on pipe cleaning days. Lots of us don't willingly...
So, what happens at night on...
They just conduct regular cleaning of the fortress's drainage facility. There are 3 pipe cleaning days per month. And it just so happens that today is one of the scheduled days. You can try to confirm the sounds tonight if you want, and if they're real, then I can report the issue to my superiors for you.
Oh, okay. Then we'll keep both ears out tonight.
If that's all, then I'll be leaving now. I advise you not to try anything funny, though. Even if I'm not on duty tonight, someone will still be watching you.
Don't worry, we don't want any time added to our sentences. Oh, he left. So what do you think about the pipe cleaning days he mentioned? Right, both are a possibility. Paimon knew you would say that. I'm so tired. But we can't sleep yet. They'll be cleaning the pipes tonight, so it's the perfect chance for us to investigate. Huh? Traveler? Did you fall asleep already? Traveler, come on, wake up! Oh, it looks like you were just peacefully sleeping to Paimon. Really? So we're finally... Okay, well, it's about time... Shh! Careful! We'll get in trouble if the guards catch us! This should be the place.
What? I know you. You were the ones we saw.
Huh. You've got guts showing.
You'd better leave now. Ain't nobody coming.
What'd you say? Yeah, so what if they...
Hey, what's the...
I don't have to tell...
Yeah, scram. Nothing worth seeing here. Huh? What did you say?
Isn't that exactly what Boss said when he left?
Hey, do you know our boss? Whoa. We had no idea our boss was such a big deal. He always kept his identity. So, did he have you come here to find us?
Oh, so your child's crew here? Seems like he had no problem.
We're the only ones who heard him say those words when he left that night. So, unless he somehow told you those exact same words after that...
Wow, those dreams of yours sure...
We gave him the business for a while, but here in the fortress, he was working the longest hour. You could always see how... So eventually,
But one day, he suddenly told us, and as his crew, if the boss wants something, then it's our So, we got to work, and used the hidden rules that were here to make up and spread the rumor about the cannibal rule. We just wanted to give him a better chance of escaping on a night...
Oh, but...
Because as far as we know, the pipe he went, it leads to an abandoned factory area. But boss still... So we told him that we'd pretend as if he never existed, and that if he wanted to come back, he should wait for nighttime on a...
So you come and...
Yeah, but it's been...
Nothing could ever defeat boss or...
Okay. Paimon was just brainstorming possibilities.
All right. Keep quiet and follow us.
The way up from here has been sealed off. It's impossible to get through. Boss left by going down from here. It, wasn't full of water. Later, we came back, hoping to have a look. That's when we found out it had been completely flooded. It's impossible to navigate unless you're an extreme...
Do you think Child got trapped?
Not likely. We all know that...
Really?
It's getting late. We should leave before the guards come.
Yeah, we learned a lot about what happened. When you said you knew a diver, you were talking about Why is Child like... Fortunately, though, it seems like it's only a matter of time. Now that we can finally relax, I'm starting to feel... It's morning already? Oh, Paimon still needs more sleep. Huh? Wait, look over there! It's one of Linny's guards! Let Paimon see... Maybe you haven't heard, but today is the monthly free day. Everyone has the day off today, which makes it the perfect time to do some... It's been a while... Ooh, today's our lucky day. We have the... From the sound of it, Lenny's been making progress with his investigation. Wonder what he's discovered. We still have some time before we meet up. Look, there are some people talking over there.
If you ask me, those pompous parasites...
Hey, speak for yourself, man.
Oh, you think you're...
I don't buy...
Hey, how cool...
What kind of filthy bilge water you spewing? Listen, things ain't so great. Who wants to live in the...
And what makes you think they wanna...
Whoa. Sounds like they're really unhappy about the overworld. Speaking of which, Paimon never heard anyone use the words, oh, that's true.
The show begins!
Grab yourself a welfare meal.
Ah. There's a group of people over there.
So I said, that's not a
Sorry for eavesdropping. Sounds like you were talking about something private.
What's the matter? They're just looking to join in on our fun, that's all.
Hey, don't pretend like it's okay for them to just interrupt us like that. Fine. You're lucky we don't mind extroverts that much.
You hear that, Quisto? What not?
Your expressions tell me you're looking to hear some juicy info.
Really? Are we that?
You're kidding. How often does anyone get a personal tour led by His Grace himself?
A little mistake, huh? I like the way you put it.
Your group?
I'm Quisto, and this is Lavaroon. People usually call us the Bombshell Bro.
So, you two...
No. You don't get it. Knowing intelligence will make things better for you here. Whoa, all this info's worth something, you know? You should prove you're worthy of it.
I don't mind him. Quisto's always this way. Just play nice and say something to massage his ego. The welfare meals. Talk about the welfare meals.
Right.
Is that so? To tell you the truth, I've been helping out with making those welfare meals. I've been
Oh, so you're the...
You are correct. I am a true... Since you like my cooking, I guess that means we share similar tastes. Listen... Listen, kids. The powers... You've already met the one person here.
Those who have the Dukes.
I know who you mean. It's that...
But did you know that Churia was a...
I don't care if he was a researcher that could... Speaking of which, the last time I saw him, he was passing by.
You mean he hit a woman?
But that Lorvine's also quite the odd one, you know? She's always gabbing away, got into a fight with a man, and she also got sent to the infirmary. Come to think of it, I always see her going to the sick bay every couple of days, too. Huh.
Wait a second.
Do you think could it be that they're secretly meeting there to go on dates?
After all, I do remember seeing Lorvine beat Churia to a pulp that one.
Hey, you over there? Yeah, you. Say, do you like playing card games? You know, like Genius Invocation TCG?
You TCG players are like mint in the wild, literally sprouting up everywhere.
Hey, come on now. What's wrong with finding fellow Invocation aficionados? Anyway, all right. No pressure.
But why would you be looking for people to play Genius Invocation in a place like this? Don't people usually come here to fight?
Whether you're throwing down cards or throwing punches, it's all a competition. There are lots of card players here in the fortress. When I saw you, I immediately thought, hey, even outsiders from... Sure.
Great! Since you've been here long...
I thought you would have...
Why don't you pick? We'll let you know...
All right. Have you heard any strange rumors since you've arrived? Then, did you know that there are some people who are always gossiping? Yeah, so you've already met those two. I heard that they used to be a chef.
Good to know. Do you have anything else to tell us?
Let me think. Sounds like you want to hear something a little more tantalizing. Oh, did you know that the Duke was also a convict in the fortress of Meripede before?
Huh?
That's right. The Duke was an inmate just like you and me. Seems he was exiled here for committing some crime. Who knows how he ended up rising up to become the warden, though. To go from an ordinary inmate to becoming the manager of a forbidden zone?
It's just a
Anything else?
Okay, we've talked to just about everyone, and it's about time for us to go meet Linny. According to the card he left us, we should go meet him in the production zone.
Huh? That look in your eyes. You found something?
Hey, this is no time to be modest. Just tell him we found a boatload of information.
Oh, as expected of the legendary duo, you have my full and... Huh. I'd have never guessed that myself. The rumors swirling about this place are unreliable after all. He is a harbinger after all. I suppose he's much more resourceful than I initially gave him. Unfortunately, this isn't enough for our final report to Father. We need to find out Master Child's exact where. Father told me that even though Master Child said he was just coming to Fontaine for a vacation, he actually had some personal reasons. His agenda might be linked to
His escape route is already flooded, so we'll have...
Well, when you put it that way, it's
Bingo!
He's working today. Coming here as a group would have attracted too much attention. I'll talk to him about it later. No need to thank me. Honestly, I'm far more impressed by you guys managing to collect all this...
Collecting...
Now, let me think. And if he's to do that, he'll have to set out on the next pipe cleaning day at the earliest. That's 6 days from now. And after that, he'll probably take another 2 or 3 days to return.
You can even estimate how long it'll take for him to...
We've been working together for a long time. Traveler, what say you to meeting here 9 days from now? Oh, and there's just one last... Though we can just sit back and wait for Fremonet's report on Master Child's whereabouts, we still need to make more progress on the... Fremonet's no master of...
What do you want us to do?
Well, I won't call it easy per se. Listen carefully. You'll need to find an excuse to get into the infirmary and investigate the... You've mentioned several sketchy-looking people always meeting at the infirmary earlier. Investigate the... But also, there's no need to take risks. Don't forget, safety always comes first. No, when it... I'll believe...
All right, then we'll head up.
Let's go our separate ways.
Hey, stay here for now. There seem to be several people inside.
Right. I feel like we...
It's not impossible.
So... it's a bit hard to understand them from here. Someone! Please help!
Whoa, are you okay?
Oh my! What's wrong, little one? There's no need to panic. Take a deep breath.
The traveler started complaining of a stomachache, and then nausea, and then collapsed onto the ground. Freezing limbs, twitching fingers.
Let me take a look. Please, lie down over here. Don't worry, I'll get you to the bed safely. Here, hold on to my shoulder and walk slowly.
You can do it, traveler!
Don't apologize. You're sick after all. Now, please relax. I'm just going to do a preliminary checkup on you. My checkup has confirmed that he's not in any mortal danger. That's our... Oh, I'll continue my diagnosis of the patient now. Don't sense serious damage to your organs either. And here? Huh? But based on my initial checkup, there shouldn't be a problem here. What about here? Does this hurt? Oh. I understand. So that, I think you just ate something that disagreed with you. That's all. Nothing too serious.
So that's what...
And there have been other inmates complaining about the food recently. I'll inform our head chef. Congratulations! The health risk is incredible. Miss Levine, I'll have to trouble you to help me look after this new patient while I'm...
Very well.
And she hopped away.
Hello. So how are you feeling now?
His stomach ache's really bad.
If Miss Sijuin says it's not a serious problem, then there's no need to worry. She's the best medic we've got.
But it...
Well, that's true.
What do you mean, that's true? That's really though they may have committed crimes.
Yeah, you're right. But did you have to lecture me about it in front of another patient? Aren't you a patient too? Where did all your energy...
That's correct.
Are you two also...
We've been sick a while. I come back every once in a while for checkups, and to pick up... You could say she fancies herself a...
Please watch your mouth, Mr. Jurrier. Don't forget that...
Hey, don't start arguing now, please!
Relief.
Please allow me to end this boring and useless conversation. Oh, and Mr. Jurier, I don't want to see your face here.
And same to you, Miss Lorvine. Anyway, that was more than enough rest for me, so I'm going to get out of this excessively noisy...
He just slowly walked off? Like that?
That's just what he's like. I'm sorry you had to see all of that. I'm Lorvine, and that's...
You really can't stand...
I mean, can you blame me? I'll accompany you two for a while. Miss Zishwin should be back soon. No, it's nothing.
I'm back! Did you rest like you promised?
Thank you for getting our medicine, Miss Zishwin.
Did you all cooperate with your bed rest? I trust that nobody got up to walk around. Good. Here, this should be 2 days' worth of medicine for you. Take 1 pill now, and then continue your bed rest. Miss Lorvine, I left in a bit of a hurry just now. Do you still remember if we discussed the color of the pill that you should be taking today?
I remember.
Yellow, huh? I understand. These are yours. Please.
All right, then I'll also be on my way now. I hope you feel better soon.
See ya! I'm going to fill out your medical record now. You're widely known as the Traveler, right? I just want to double-check a few details, if that's all right.
Those two made quite the commotion just now, so why don't we let the Traveler...
So his primary symptoms are abdominal pain with secondary symptoms of nausea. All right then.
Is there anything we should know?
No, his base constitution is quite good, so I'm sure he'll recover quite quickly after taking...
Got it. Oh, you're going to take a nap already? Oh. We've been to lots of places together.
So you're the best of companions. You're awake.
How do you feel? You slept for a really long...
Well, now you can go back without a worry in the world. Remember to take the meds regularly, and don't forget, bland foods.
Thank you, Miss Zishwin! Are something. To be able to fall asleep like that and even sleep talk the entire time, you scared Paimon half to death! No, but you kept mumbling things along the lines of, Pyron, don't take my grilled fish, Adeptus Temptation now! Whoa! Super thorough. All those tiny little suspicious things that Paimon didn't even pick up on. Today's the day! Let's go meet up with Linny!
Hmm? Did you two run into any trouble over the past few days?
No, we just worked our shifts according to the schedule.
That's good. That means you didn't raise any suspicions when We've taken a look at the slip you've sent. Fremine successfully left the grounds via the pipes 2 days ago, and as of last night, Lynette has also infiltrated the infirmary after...
Wait, why is she getting involved?
You already went above and beyond when you scoped out the infirmary. To put it more bluntly, even if we were to view that as something you did in exchange for Fremine's help, you've already done more than enough. Infiltrating a guarded stronghold is a different kind of job from a... Lynette also felt like you...
So that's what Lynette thinks. Oh, Paimon hopes everything's going well for her.
Perhaps... You've mentioned before that you've had some run-ins...
Well, everyone could use some more friends.
Since I see you, glad to hear it. Then, let's go check on Lynette.
Is now really a good...
According to my observations, Sigewinne always spends around half an hour away from the infirmary right before lunch. Also,
Okay, then let's head up...
Lynette should... strange.
As expected, Sigewinne isn't here, but why isn't Lynette here?
No, Lynette rarely deviates from the plan, unless...
Let's see if there are any clues around here.
Okay.
There are some books here. Advanced Nursing, How to Raise the Spirit of Your Patients, A Quick Guide to the Psychology of Emotions. These sure are some interesting books. She even has...
None of the beds have any signs of having been slept in.
That's the one Lynette must have used, right?
She would have said her migraine, which means either the head nurse didn't return the entire time from when Lynette laid down up until she left the bed, or the nurse intentionally left it this way.
This is it!
Wait, this thing? It doesn't look like it's been disguised that well. The space behind it is empty. From its size, I don't think it's an entrance. Could Lynette have tried to get inside? Let's look around here for some more clues. Don't panic, just...
Hey, you guys, there's a slip of paper!
A slip of paper?
It's right over here, and there's a bunch written on it too. It reads, out of respect for your usual practices, I'll use a piece of paper or card as the medium to pass on my message. You may consider this as me...
This is...
Is that all? The back!
Show me! Now!
That look on your face! Would you care to guess where Miss Lynette of the Fatui could be right now? No! Could she have...
Wriothesley... Did he deliberately...
Wait, you mean he was aware of our goals?
Yes. That is a crucial question. You're not from the same camp as us. You were sent down here by Nervulette, so you have no conflict of interest with Wriothesley. We're a completely different story, though. I'd like to know that, too. Don't panic. Wait, you're right. Wait, the fact that Fremine was able to leave the grounds... Could Wriothesley
But what does he gain by letting
So he's challenging me and... If Wriothesley let him leave on purpose, then he's probably...
Lenny's getting more and more panicked. Wait, don't be like this,
No.
Hey, don't be reckless! Traveler, please...
I simply cannot allow Lynette to be a... I have to go.
He's rushed out the door! After him!
Right. I feel like we still have some room to make changes on these details.
It's not impossible, but it'll require extensive testing.
Is that so? Very well. Then please be... Huh?
Is someone?
Pack everything up. Whoever's outside is eavesdropping. They'll probably come in once we stop talking.
Someone! Please help!
Whoa, are you okay?
These two. As expected, what a delightful turn of events. I like smart people, but I also like playing dumb. I like the feeling of being trusted. Oh my! What's wrong, little one? Being able to read human expression.
Lenny! Wait! It's no use. We have to catch up to him. He's already out of sight. How is he so fast? Let's go head him off at Wriothesley's office.
Come out and
Aren't we at it?
What did you do to my
I ran into the young miss at the...
Stop joking around! Where did you take...
I have also heard that you're Maybe she'll appear behind...
Is he You knew. As for Fremine...
There was no need to do so.
You removed our original members and spread the news of Child's escape so Father would assign our team to come down and investigate.
One correction. Lynette is in my hands right now, but Fremine is not.
He's not.
Lenny!
Oh, wonderful. Everyone is here, so I'll only need to say this once. Thank you. Eager and to the point, I see. Although
Wait. You locked him outside in the sea?
I closed the fortress's gate to the outside world.
Fremine...
No.
But why would I do this, you may be asking? To have an audience. Besides, I do recall...
So?
Some of my folks just... I was willing to play dumb. Mr. Linney, you need do but...
You want to see Father?
Well, I've heard that the
Why did you think...
Oh.
Was this the extent...
You people really odd. Mr. Linney, you...
Lenny!
Instead of asking... I gave you a warning by cutting off the first few operatives I found, but that only caused you to double down. Had you give... Mr. Fremine...
I shouldn't...
6.
Wait,
2. Time's up.
Wriothesley!
Negotiations have broken down. Please leave, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
You do realize, but that doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want. The fortress may be small and remote. Then how about this? Those who are capable deserve respect. You've spent quite some time investigating my... I'll ask you 3 questions. Answer all of them correctly, and I'll agree to your request. Question 1. Regarding the hidden rules of the production zone, What is the truth behind the one about not being allowed to work for 3 days in a row?
I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. Meanwhile, the Duke believes that only idiots who don't understand the value of coupons will spend them on Fonta. Fonta's internal reports. The research notes said that the Melazine race perceives the world very... According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because I've been told that the infirmary... The Fonta promoter has been... We often see The research notes said that the Fonta's internal reports said... The Fonta promoter has been... According to Collins, the Fonta promoter has been... According to Collins, I've been told that the infirmary is... We often see Miss Siege... I've been told that the infirmary is... The research notes said that the
So that's what's going on. Paimon understands it now. Who would have guessed? The hidden rule of the production zone. People are not supposed to work 3 days in... At first we thought this strange She often visits the production zone out of her sense of duty as the head nurse, as well as her genuine concern for the workers' health. Sijween visits the cafeteria right before lunch and cooks an extra dish for those who can use the stamina boost. Sijween has only the best intentions with her surprise. Unfortunately, Melazines as a race perceive the world differently from humans, and their sense of aesthetics is even more alien to the recipients of her lovingly prepared special meals cannot taste the... Are we on the right track?
Not bad. All right, now for my next... There are also some hidden rules in the Pancration ring, including the one that...
The Fonta promoter has been struggling because... According to Collins, I've been told that the infirmary is all... Fonta's internal reports... I've been told that the infirmary is... The research notes said that... The Fonta promoter has been... According to Collins, I've been told that the infirmary... Fonta's internal report...
Paimon gets this rule. That hidden rule of the Pancration ring is people get scared when they see it because they've subconsciously begun to associate it with the But really, it's just a bottle of the latest yet to be named and packaged new Fonta trial a blood red drink. It's no wonder even Fonta's own staff were questioning the company's decision making. The company facing back, they came to the fortress of the Duke, knowing how valuable, and so...
I acknowledge, although based on your description, that Fonta promoter is a bit too careless with his words. I may just reconsider my... All right, and here's the final question. What's the secret behind our head nurse and all of her patients in the infirmary?
Stop your cruel and pointless games, Risley!
You know that we haven't finished our investigation, so there's no way we can answer the last question. The thought you'll pay for...
Lenny, are you alright?
Oh.
It was nothing. See, sweet, though this gun makes...
See, Lean.
Not at all. I am merely a resident of the fortress, and thus protecting it when must sure and...
But if you mean what you just said, then isn't Linny someone you should be looking after as well? Isn't he a resident here just like the rest?
But I really am... His Grace, no... Well, it's nearly...
What are you...
Take me...
how...
Don't be like that, Your Grace.
All right, everyone. I'll go get a cup of...
I believe I hear footsteps.
Some space, please.
Ah, Miss Claren.
Freminet.
What's going on? What is Claren doing here?
Work.
I'm sorry about shooting you, Mr. Linny.
What happened to Freminet? Wasn't he diving just outside of the fortress? Why is he looking like...
A flushed face, an accelerated pulse. Please, make some space.
I'll talk to Claren while...
How is he?
These symptoms are probably caused by an acute... Of course, it would be sorry. I am aware that...
Why would he ingest a large amount of primordial seawater after leaving the fortress?
Please, look after Mr. Freminet for the moment. I'll go fetch some medicine and a respirator.
Where is she?
Oh, she just took a nap in an empty room after I tranquilized her. If my calculations are correct, she should also be waking up right around...
What's that look on your face? I thought I made good time on the...
Oh, I'm just admiring. How's the situation?
The water has changed. It's pretty much as expected. The concentration of primordial seawater has increased significantly. I was only out there a short time, so it wasn't too bad. But if one were to stay for any significant amount of time...
Where was he when you found him?
The abandoned zone at the end of the pipes. A good distance into the water.
Closer than I thought. He must have recognized it early on and tried desperately to swim back.
Locking the door was necessary. I don't think we could have saved two.
Well, I did try to convince him that I had my reasons.
It would probably work.
That's a bad sign. Want some tea?
Not...
Fine,
Might as...
Linny, are you okay?
I'll be...
Are you sure?
My hands and feet are still a bit weak, but...
I'm back, everyone.
Lenny! Freminet?
He'll be fine. But for now...
His breathing's beginning to...
Give me a hand and help me get him to the...
Yeah, I'll take him from this side.
On it.
Traveler, you seem pretty worried about him. Want to go...
The Duke and Claren are gone.
They probably went to get some tea.
He's awake.
Lynette.
We're all here.
The infirmary, at the Fortress of Meripede, Mr. Fremen.
How do you feel?
Trap. The sea. There's something wrong with the seawater.
Shh, it's okay.
No, listen to me. This is pipes. Right, the pipes. It's all coming back to me now. I'm in. Where could Master Child be?
Frost is coming!
This mechanism looks like it's been tampered with. Could he have done it? It's getting stuck on something. Seems like I'll have to avoid those obstacles while I turn it. This is where the water starts. The vegetation here is a bit more sparse. These traces aren't natural. A person must have left them, and recently. There are traces here too. I need to keep going. Huh? The traces are gone. But I don't see where he could have gone from here. Wait. What the... My heart is racing, and it's getting harder and harder to breathe.
No good. I have to get back. They still don't know anything about what's going on. If I turn back right now, I should still be able to make it. I can't die here. I have to push on.
So, in other words, the trail you were following vanished, and you had no idea where Master Child could have gone. But there was also no obvious place for him to have
Miss Clarande brought you back, but we also don't know why she just...
Miss Clarande, you say?
You're still too weak for Monet.
Miss Lynette is right.
guest. Then
You should ask His Grace about that.
Yeah, it's about time he actually told us what's going on.
No, please go on without me.
Lenny.
The logical part of my brain is aware that we're safe right now, but I still can't bring myself to leave. Both of you are just in danger.
In that case, I'll leave the infirmary to you. The trap.
Thank you.
Excuse me?
I take it Mr. Fremenet's condition...
Of course. I wouldn't have left the infirmary otherwise.
I've been expecting those two, but might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Miss...
I wanted to check up on Miss Clarande.
Mostly fine.
If you don't mind, I'd like to perform another quick physical exam. It'll just take a few minutes.
All right. Thank you for looking out for me. I'll take my...
Well, one...
Of course, but I'm not partial to the word choice of explain. How about enlighten? But where should I begin? How about you start by asking me...
Then Paimon will begin.
No.
You managed to...
They came here with ulterior motive. Initially, I thought Linny suggested that, of course, it's inevitable. I'm also quite curious about...
So you were hoping Linny's group would...
You make it sound like the Forbidden Zone...
Are the rumors true?
Why would you put it like that?
Oh,
Me, of course. As a champion duelist,
And saving Fremenate?
you can think of it like that, yes. Credit where credit is due. That boy is... That's not all I need to prove to you.
But...
You make it compelling.
Yeah, Paimon...
Even if the truth may not be pleasant. Follow me.
a door here? And a whole basement behind it? Huh. You're pretty good at hiding stuff, Risley.
It seems you've forgotten just what kind of place the Fortress of Merip... Stand on the central plate.
Wait, is there a secret mechanism or... Whoa! What a huge door!
There are 3... Am I correct to assume you're going to run on back and tell your little Fatui friend?
Well,
Well, I'd advise you wait until you've seen the whole truth of...
Huh. So there's a switch.
Stand back.
Whoa! They all just went up one by one!
Go on. I've been interested in what lies beyond that gate ever since I assumed leadership of the Fortress of Meripede. Of course, it would be unwise to recklessly open it, but it'd also be risky and negligent to... The readings on that dashboard have not budged since the day when I first laid eyes on this place. Normally, I would have ignored it, but I happened to have some free time when I noticed it, so I investigated. Very reasonable. The temperature should vary with weather and climate changes, so for something that rarely shifts, the water pressure is more likely. We ran a few tests to increase the pressure. Later on, a few more possibilities occurred to me. Over the past few days...
The concentration of...
And that is precisely the problem. We're at the bottom of the sea, and now we're surrounded by Yes.
But forget about the two of us. Not even Neuvillette knows where the primordial sea could be, much less... Oh.
Seems like you've figured it out. I believe the primordial sea lies directly beneath this sluice gate. The indicators are now red. Although the gate still stands, some primordial seawater has already leaked out and mixed into the sea around us. If this continues, soon it will no longer be able to hold back the primordial sea at all. Yeah, you know what the legends say. If this place falls, then everyone in Fontaine will be turned into puddles in the span...
But that's just too weird!
Your expression tells me you think this might be part of a vast... It's just that the secret... There's no single... When the previous Hydro Archon, Egeria, ruled the land, all convicted criminals from Fontaine were exiled. The people drove the criminals away like a wolf pack, chasing away the criminals received no sympathy of any kind from the people. They were exiled to the desolate seaside, where they experienced... Some of them began to repent, and prayed to the Hydro Archon, asking if there was still anything they could do. The Hydro Archon took... And so, as the number of exiles increased, more... The Hydro Archon... And with that... But as time went on, once they had finished serving their sentences, some people left and some others chose to stay. Many, now and again...
But now you know every part of...
Indeed. It's just... To be frank, prophecies are troublesome things. Let's go somewhere else.
Your Grace, perfect timing. The results from our last round of
Wait, Jurier, he's not alone!
Huh?
No need to panic, you two. I've already told them about our plan.
What? After you warned...
I'm skeptical as well.
The results speak for themselves, don't they? These two may already know more than you could ever imagine.
All right then, if your grace insists.
They seem harmless enough, so I'll trust them for now.
Well, how about some reintroductions? This is Jurier, one of the highest-ranked researchers from the Fontaine Research Institute. Good. Saves me a bit of time. Edwin's main areas of research...
You want to blow up the fortress?
Ah, what a lovely idea. I'm already imagining it.
Gotta admit,
Guys, focus! Focus!
That taskmaster over there is Miss Lorvine, and is also one of my
Ooh, are they together?
See? Everyone keeps asking this question. Are you two
Your Grace!
If I dated her, I'd...
Jeez. Forget I said anything then. Follow me.
Whoa! There's another door that goes right up!
Your constant amazement makes it seem like the fortress can do anything.
But Paimon really thinks everything's super cool!
Well, let's spice it up a bit. And here you go.
What a huge ship? This is also a production zone that Paimon's never seen before. What's...
How much do you know about Fontainian history? Well, then maybe you haven't heard the story of ancient Lemuria. To give you according to legend, the Lemurian king Remus came to this land after being inspired by divine revelation and found the Seer Sabine. He called his nation Lemuria and used the fortune...
There's a ship in this story too?
Where there's water, there'll be ships. People believe that hope can always be found at the end of a voyage.
Do you believe that too?
To a point, I think. As you've already seen, I have a whole factory's worth of labor, materials, and technology at my disposal. So the moment I began to
Were you inspired by the legendary Fortuna?
Maybe. Were the workers to find... As the fortress's administrator, I'd never met... Alright, that's enough talking for now. I'll need another 3 cups of tea to soothe my throat. Do you... Seems like you're good. Come on. No worries. But don't forget, it's up to you whether or not you want to share what you just saw.
Yeah, we'll put a lot of thought into it.
Great.
Welcome back. Do you want a cup of tea?
How can you be so much like Risley? Always drinking...
Huh. Actually, now that you mention it, while I was sedated, I could still barely hear 2 people talking next to me. They were discussing everything, from the leaves, to the water, and even the teacups themselves.
Must have been Risley and Seashween.
Yeah, I heard 1 male voice and 1 female, so...
I really can't make sense of...
So, Traveler, Paimon, Were you able to...
Yeah, he explained everything.
Very well. Then, would you mind checking your answers against my speculations? Yeah, I took the time to rest, so I'm feeling a lot more
Nobody else is around, and Miss Sijun is also busy with something or other, so...
Alright, then I'll posit my theories. I asked myself 3 questions. Firstly, why was Fremine affected by the primordial seawater? It was because he dove into...
Whoa, he's...
That's our Lenny.
Secondly, Wriothesley's attitude changed dramatically during the course of our stay here. He ignored us completely at first, then suddenly roadblocked us. I spent quite a long time thinking about this. If he has been monitoring the Fatui since the very beginning, he probably ignored us at first because he was hoping we could find Master Child for him. What's more, the fortress... As long as the fortress doesn't do anything about Master Child's disappearance, Father can use it to pressure the Fontaine authorities. And while the 2 factions are pitted against each other, Wriothesley will be free to move between the parties. If I had to guess, he probably has something that he's working on himself.
You're super smart!
Thanks so much. Then finally, if Wriothesley does have a plan, what could... that can't be the full... I don't have enough information, so...
The sea will engulf everyone.
Could Wriothesley have wanted to meet Father to figure out a way to deal with this crisis? If you remember...
Or perhaps he didn't know, and just wanted to bring Father over to his side?
Yeah, that makes sense to me. The 2 of you have already aided us far too much. If you ever need anything else going forward, please come to the House of the Hearth at any time. Though you may not share the sentiment, after all that we've gone through together, the 3 of us basically see you as family now.
You have my gratitude.
Thank you for protecting Lenny when it really mattered.
Why are you being so formal all of a sudden?
Given your strength, you might not need our help at all. But if you are ever in danger, we will try our best.
Aww, the sound of that... Paimon's hungry.
Oh, you've done...
Alright, then we'll catch... as well.
Traveler and Paimon, over here.
Are you here for dinner too, Miss?
Mm-hmm. And I'm taking the opportunity to prepare Miss Cloran's dinner as well.
Huh. You're right. She's actually sitting in the fortress.
What would you like to eat? Yep, you can. I've already talked to our chef, Mr. Wolsey. It's all on me today, so you can get whatever you'd like.
Me too! Don't forget
No problem.
So delicious. Paimon's so
feeling full yet? How's the
delicious?
I'm so glad to see you all so happy. Oh, see the expression on your face just now? The muscle here just moved, which suggests that you're feeling quite relaxed.
Sijun?
A bit of both, I suppose. I'm a Melazine, which means I'm very different from human beings. I must know what you're thinking if I want to take...
You're really good at taking care of people.
Really? Oh, and what did you... Oh, that. Thankfully, Cloran is very strong and managed to save him in the nick of time. His Grace also sealed the pipes after Cloran left, to make sure that Linne wouldn't impulsively chase after his brother. Although the path was blocked, we still stationed some guards. Oh, and I was keeping an eye on Mr. Linney as well. We had to press him, but we couldn't allow him to be in any real danger.
You were all super
It's just what we do down here at the fortress. At least this has been His Grace's style. Oh, I really wish Monsieur Nervula would come down here more often, too. I feel like he'd like it here. With all... Get a good night's rest, you two. You both were...
Clarand!
Ah, it's you.
How's dinner?
It's all right. Miss Sijwin really...
So we heard that Risley invited you to come down to help, and...
Oh, it was child's play.
Still, Paimon didn't know even champion duelists could take on side jobs. Oh, and why aren't you eating with Sijwin and the Duke? Won't you get bored?
Miss Sijwin was with you. And the Duke has business of his own.
Actually, didn't Navia say that you went out for dinner with her as well?
Yeah. First
time in a long time.
in the past. Yeah. You seem to be enjoying yourselves here. Things will be getting messy.
So much... Paimon's super sleepy.
Delicious.
Out of my way! Get out! What happened? No idea, but something must have happened. Stop asking!
What happened? Why is everyone running around? Hey! What are you
No time to explain, mate. Goodbye.
Hey, wait! What's wrong with these people?
They're here! Yeah, there you are!
Oh, thank goodness!
Quisto and Laveroon, do you know what happened here?
We came here especially to inform you. Something seems to have gone terribly wrong just now. Laveroon was
Wait, weren't you the one who brought that up?
Hey, shut...
Okay, whatever. The point is, you Yeah, he said to get a...
Oh no, it can't be that thing!
Whoa, wait, what? What? Hey!
We have to go find the Duke! You two just go and get out! Go on without...
Hey, hey! Be careful!
Attention! Please evacuate upwards and outwards, upwards and outwards. If you're already at the topmost layer, then try to move as far outwards as possible.
They're here.
Just like I said.
We have it!
Huh.
You're just in time. But be ready to run. Three, 2, 1.
This won't hold it for long. Find Neuvillette. Tell him the defenses are about to collapse.
Then what will happen to you?
Until he arrives, we're the last line of defense. The gate. How long do you think it'll hold?
That depends on us.
Farina will soon be meeting with the knave there. Will do.
Look! There are a ton of Fatilian Are you two the traveler in Paimon? Monsieur Neuvillette has left, though I'm sure he's already explained.
Oh, so you two are the honored guests Miss Farina mentioned.
Of course, of course!
It is my pleasure to make your acquaintance, traveler. I have heard much of your accomplishments. I've
already prepared seats for you.
Perhaps you two are unaware of how Miss Farina and I do things. You see, we actually recently agreed to get together for tea when we had the time. See this? This is a limited type of confectionery that Miss Farina simply adores. There are only 16 slices sold every day. Here, why don't you and Paimon have a taste?
Traveler, what do you think of this cake?
That's good to hear. So what Child said was on the mark after all. You do share a taste in desserts with Farina and I. I wonder how he's doing nowadays.
Since we're talking about him, I feel like I...
Oh, so against ordinary people, my colleague would never be... Coming from...
but I thought you would be happier to hear the news.
Of course, but it's still a bit of a shame. You see, I would have been far happier had I received this news somewhat earlier. As you well know, a long time has passed since... Oh.
Because...
And where did he go after leaving the fortress?
Well...
The fortress of Meripede lies deep. Ah, that is good news at least. His sister Tonya sent a letter to Fontaine not too long ago. Since he was unfortunately unavailable, I picked it up on his behalf. Do you have any idea how he usually writes back to his family? Dear Tonya, your letter made me feel like we were still enjoying our time in Snow.
All letters tend to follow the same few formats anyway, right? As long as the
Hold on.
I suppose this is also... Have we entered into the next stage of the prophecy?
My thanks to you both. I will take it from here.
Sure you don't need a hand?
Quite sure.
Wow. So, what's your secret, huh? Let me guess. Nah, who knows? Maybe it's just your sense of responsibility.
Sounds about right.
Day may come when the prophecy is fulfilled, and the waters burst forth. But it is not this day! This ancient power could easily obliterate an entire race. The tsunami of fury would unleash endless catastrophe. This sentence is too severe. Forgive me for overruling it.
All right. Seems like the problem in...
Let me guess. We're safe for now.
Indeed. But
I win this bet. You owe me a present.
Very well. It was indeed...
You made a bet?
We made a bet on the size of your entourage. Cloran thought you wouldn't come down by yourself.
I figured you would have at least brought a few people along for appearance's sake. It appears I underestimated just how confidential the mission was.
Shouldn't you have gotten used to confidential missions?
So what gift must the...
That wouldn't happen to be a dig at my lack of legal awareness, would it?
Well, I'm sure His Grace doesn't
I was under the impression the residents of a place like this...
That That was obvious. Anyway, you've still got some unfinished business to—
No need to stay here if you have a pressing matter. We all know you can't leave Pelé.
Thank you. I hope everything went smooth.
I must say, we've spent long enough, Miss Farina. As the Hydro Archon, I am sure you understand the exact meaning of the phenomenon we just witnessed. Or should I say, that's what I originally thought. But looking at your expression, was I wrong? And you haven't a clue.
What are you trying to
At this point, I don't think there's any more need to speak as diplomatic representatives. Allow me to speak to you now as just a Fontanian. You know the prophecy by heart, and also that every part of it is being proven true. Yet, here you are, relaxing, drinking. The prophecy's hanging above our necks but you?
You're wrong.
I am not alone in my doubts, you know. All the children of Fontaine may be harboring the exact same thoughts, right? Oh, great Hydro Archon. How are you—
I have my ways, and I've been working on them for all this time. Even if you look down upon— Fontaine will be saved.
Then I ask you, Miss Farina—
My machinations are just like the prophecy itself.
I see. As a god, the proof— Allow me to be so— Oh, that look in your eyes.
The emergency—
Then allow me to jog your memory. Miss Farina, what is— And what do you plan to do with the massive amount—
The oratrice? It's just like it appeared.
So you also have— I first caught wind of this when Linny tried to investigate the oratrice in the Opera House. But even if that had nothing to do with you, then what could you possibly be— Oh, right. I almost forgot. Udex Nouvillette is not at the tea party with us today. Miss Farina, I suppose you must have ordered him away to take care of some—
Yeah.
Of course I will. Although, I must say— Oh, very well. Let's stop that conversation here. There are still a few slices of cake left. Traveler, I heard that you were recently commissioned to handle a few matters on behalf of the Udex. Why don't you take an extra slice of cake? Those who work hard deserve gratitude, and you too,
Thank you. Oh, Paimon.
You're welcome. I'm sure the cake also felt greatly honored to be— it is—
Very well. We'll end it here.
Mind seeing me off, Traveler? We could—
Paimon's coming too!
I'm glad that you were willing to come with me. Of course, child was just an excuse. I have no interest in your dealings with him.
That's what Paimon thought.
You lent your aid to the children of the House of the Hearth, as their father. I would like to express my gratitude. That was all. Formal topics should be discussed in formal settings, and informal topics in informal settings. I know you just returned from the fortress of Meripede. Relax. I have no intention of trying to get anything out of you. Linny, Lynette, and Fremine are still there, and I trust their judgment and abilities.
They've all been working very hard at—
You mean Ridesley. He's a tricky one to deal with. It's unfortunate that Linny's so eager to prove himself that he can't learn to rely on others. By the way, and you can just consider this a bit of idle gossip, you are outside of our disputes, and the freest person in all of Fontaine, able to move around most easily. Allow me to share my perspective with you.
And that's everything that happened during the trial. Master Child was declared guilty and immediately transported to the Fortress of Meripede.
Didn't he say he was coming here on vacation? Does he not feel an ounce of shame for all the trouble he has caused? Forget it. He did give us an opportunity. I will be meeting someone.
Do you require help with any preparations?
No need. I will take care of it myself. I need to meet with Farina, the Hydro Archon. She is at the heart of Fontaine. But what's fascinating about her is that she often seems more like a celebrity than a working Archon.
Oh, come over here, you little critter, you! You dare to run from me?
My goal is just to discover the location of the Gnosis. But I didn't expect the chance to approach Farina to be handed to me on a silver platter. Anything left unguarded, it's just as I guessed in the second before I struck. The Hydronosis is not currently held. In fact, this Archon doesn't seem like a god at all. And I sense that she's under some kind of...
Who are you?
The fear in her pupils is genuine, so perhaps she's not bait after all. Either way, targeting her has lost all meaning. I left the scene with ease. Nobody came looking for me, and nobody could serve. Not long after, my informants confirmed what I had guessed. After returning to her quarters, Farina quietly cried alone. She was so scared that she could not sleep that night, nor could she even bring herself to eat her cake. There's no doubt that there's something wrong with her. I began to entertain the possibility that she is not the true Hydro Archon. Perhaps Eudex Neuvillette is actually the genuine article. I have to find the Gnosis. If the Neuvillette...
Yes, Father.
My dear children...
News from the Fortress of Meripede. Master Child has gone missing. On top of that, the contacts and guards we bribed at the fortress have all gone quiet as well.
Probably the handiwork of that Ridesley.
I'm afraid so.
This is a good opportunity. The value of a Harbinger is much higher than most would imagine. Set up a meeting for me. Oh, and I have an...
Yes, Father.
Tartaglia's disappearance was not a part of my plan, but I can use it to make a breakthrough. With this as the initiative belongs. It wouldn't mean anything, even if you shouted it from the rooftops. After all, even Farina herself is still pretending that nothing of that sort ever... I've now had 2 chances to enjoy tea with Farina. I have to say, the leadership of I am a servant of Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Over my years of service, I've learned how a real Archon conducts and carries themselves. Whether Eudex Neuvillette or Farina, neither fits the bill. It's hard to imagine either of them as the Archon. Of course, that is all just how I feel. Gut feelings often do not require justification. It is, however, quite amusing to... Don't you think Fontaine is quite intriguing? Ultimately, though, you don't need to commit to anything right now, of course. I have a feeling that the situation will continue to evolve, and as your name is often connected with noble deeds, I'm sure we will work together someday. He certainly returned quickly. You must want to catch up with each other.
Neuvillette?
For now, yes. But this issue will prove quite thorny in the long term. I'm concerned that... Thank you for protecting Farina. To put it simply, I used my power to force back the Primordial Sea and reseal the sluice gate. So as expected, the Knave has permission granted.
Whoa. You can't tell us?
If by the phrase, you guys, you are referring to Farina and I, then although I'm not sure just what you are trying to imply, I must clarify that I believe so. The fortress has a long and complex history, and now another catastrophe will soon be upon us. I mourn this turn of events.
Huh? What?
You may be closer to the truth than you think.
Oh? And what are you thinking? The dragon of... Huh?
Please do not be... My...
We were just guessing, Red.
You guessed...
There's...
Please, go ahead.
Well, if you are the Dragon Sovereign of Water, and you were able to force back the Primordial Sea from the... Then since Fontaine's prophecy is all about seawater, couldn't you just use your power to solve the crime?
None of the currently living dragon sovereigns in the world, myself included, they say that when...
There are 7...
The Dragon Sovereign... In any case, given the status quo, however...
Oh, so even you can't solve...
I still have some urgent matters to...
Please go right ahead. There's a place that Paimon wants... We'll see you another time.
Take care.
Now guess, what suit will this next...
Well, look who it is.
Traveler.
Looks like you're recovering nicely from it, eh?
Thanks to Oh, right. I managed to work up the courage to think.
Whoa, how did...
She told...
She didn't want to stress you out, that's all.
Yeah.
Okay, but check...
You meant father? Did she...
She said a few things that were...
Her attitude towards you is even better than what we'd imagined. You should believe her. She has her own way of doing...
Mm-hmm. Father is very capable.
Oh, Paimon just remembered that she...
Got it.
That does sound like something that
Hey!
Are you going to stay here for the next...
Looks like it.
Excellent.
For real? Then Paimon wants
Another well, next time, you're going to have tea and snacks with us.
Traveler! Are you still doing alright? We're fine, but what? A few people sustained superficially. Of course. We must also thank you.
How did Nervalet know that he...
Well, Miss sure Nervalet has strong resonance with... I ran into the bombshell bros while bandaging the injuries of the wounded. If you're not too pressed for time, just let me know if you get a craving. I'd like to take the
You guys...
You guys didn't get caught and thrown back down here.
and here I thought you'd managed to escape from jail during all the commotion. I'd held you up as legendary jailbreakers, but now you're telling...
We're sorry, but we...
All right, there's no need...
Hey, it wasn't just...
I was also transferred to work in the kitchen, whenever he'd say that.
Hey, they're...
These two... They sure are a lot warmer...
Oh, well, if you say so.
Jury.
Yeah.
That's no excuse for...
Junior! Lurvine! We're back!
Hello there. It's been quite the mess here recently.
And you?
Yep. That is still top secret, though. So don't say a word.
It can be a bit annoying when there are lots of people in the infirmary, but I still prefer taking that route over the one from the Duke's office.
I mean, the infirmary does make it easy.
Oh, yeah? Then...
You two really are just using your jobs as a cover for your relationship, aren't...
Not at all!
Do my eyes
We wanted to see how the fort...
We're fine, for the most part. Nervalet came down and took care of the worst of it.
If that's the case...
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup of tea. He did remember to take Miss Sigewinne's gift with him, though.
He sure sounds...
Miss Clorand.
Where the gift...
Nervalet got the milkshake. Clorand received lipstick instead.
Those aren't
Well, it's Oh, and I have some gifts here for you.
Are these from Sijuin too?
Nope, they're from yours truly. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so you can return to the surface at any time. You haven't yet served your full prison term, however, so you may continue to use your cell until your term is up.
For real? Then we could stay here for a really long time?
You may access the cafeteria for free. Just remember to come complete your paperwork once it's time for your release.
We're back in our cell again. We're no longer prisoners, though, so it really doesn't feel the same. Being free. Huh? How did you know? Hey, that's not true! It's like, there are so many bad things in the world. You're counting Paimon today? Then let's ask... the last time we felt... We should be safe now, right? Alright then, good night to you, Traveler. a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the...
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface.
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks.
Let's go ask the Duke. Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what
So the fortress...
If you recall our last...
Huh. Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes.
Yep. It's you two. That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But, no. Oh, yeah, Paimon... Then be sure to...
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go.
You're not going to see us...
I knew you'd ask.
Well, you actually...
Ah, so...
After being down here for so long, I imagine you...
Yeah!
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best. Well, it seems our work in the fortress... We should probably go
You're going to see Monsieur Nervillette?
I'm sure just your regards will do. You're right.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Nervillette did say you'd be welcome at any...
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here.
Everyone's so busy.
Hello. You've come at the... In the meantime, please, have a seat.
That's all right.
Very...
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him.
All right.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the fortress.
That's right, and we came here to see you, Red. Do you have any idea what that...
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial... A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? Does he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first... Yes? What is it?
Ah, right! We asked the dude...
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shake...
The water levels rose? Oh no!
Fortunately, if the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse.
Navia should be in Poisson, right?
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
Oh no! What happened here? Navia should be around here, right? We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone...
Just stay put! We're coming up! Watch your balance!
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg. How could this have happened?
Just hang in there. Help is on the way.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a...
Yes. As you can see, the water...
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof.
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1, and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be... I'm sorry. Right. A little earlier, we suddenly... The rushing water seemed... Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. The water that flooded... No one knows if this could happen again. All we...
How awful.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish...
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of...
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
Sorry. I need to go for now.
And out she goes. See...
Okay. The wounded... Of course, Traveler. Paimon.
Huh? Right now?
Thank you. Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole...
Right. That's...
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver... They won't ever come back here again. What?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still... I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate, and they were caught. I've known them for so long. I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just... gone.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect...
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just...
How... Yet the cemetery...
Buying yourself a plot in advance?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master...
Hey!
I'm quite serious.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I'm sorry for letting you see me in a...
Paimon doesn't...
I had always thought Malus and Silver have helped me. I'm so...
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia.
By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is...
It's okay. The overall outcome indicates that the cost...
Right! Malus and...
You're right. What you said just...
Oh!
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The name...
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes. My people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of.
Thank you.
Wait!
We just met recently.
Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rest.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was... That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you...
I apologize for all... My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, and as I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization...
Without your help...
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver.
Don't say that. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver... I've never...
You're right. I'm sorry. Water is life to Fontaine's people.
So, you're one...
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of. By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was... Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be... My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpected.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family. But Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh! That somehow makes...
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we...
Excuse me, but may I tap...
You wish to join?
But... Are you sure you're up to explore?
Well, there's no point. Besides...
Since you put it that way, I have no object. All right.
Okay,
Strike a pose!
So, are these the ruins?
They seem to...
Let's go in.
Just be careful. Scatter! Shower me with praise! Out of the frying pan!
Propagate!
Yoo-hoo! Time to shine! Shower me with praise!
Steady as stone. As a dutiful maid would.
Nice and spicy.
Dada Kundala.
What? Someone here isn't safe. This place has also been contaminated.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay. Don't get Paimon wrong.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this... That complicates things.
In that case, do you...
I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up...
All right. Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Wait! There's something wrong with this bridge!
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till...
Maybe she just...
Yes, it...
That's quite...
Oh, right. I knew... It must have slipped my mind when I This is a familiar feeling, yet...
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no, I was just
Do you remember...
We were headed...
right.
Oh? Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to you. They were knocking at my...
Sometimes, for...
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very... I don't know.
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative...
Very well.
Wait.
Excuse me, madam.
That's right. Is something...
No, it's nothing. This is the first time I've heard this name before. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time.
Huh? We do?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are! My trial?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just...
Oh?
Look, it's Navia! She's here!
And her two attendants are with her! Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all see Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. And as for the judge...
Please sit in the
All right.
Typically...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have...
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, as all here know, you are Master Callus's... After you took not only you, but your... Yes, correct. We are one big family. Therefore, this...
Huh?
Oh, well, if that's what...
How... I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She...
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you...
She was born a free and independent spirit.
Her actions, please do not mistake...
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is... Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the... Everything is measured here. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
And you would call this justice? Have you forgotten how much you all once lost?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend, and that...
Demoiselle.
Silver, I remember now. Everything that's Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid.
Absurd! Who are you to say that? Don't let them escape! We shall—
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to... After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss... No... Silence.
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion. The court will adjourn.
Our thanks.
Please leave with me, Miss Navi.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your...
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be...
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you...
Goodbye.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still...
It looks like you're all right.
Did all this happen?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. You were just about... I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention,
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean...
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the...
I always...
Please come with...
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right.
Why do you look so... Oh, Paimon knows. Here...
I merely thought that we should...
Huh? What?
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days.
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing...
I see.
Oh, and the...
Thank you.
He still doesn't... So... This isn't go...
Yes, in fact. I had Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient...
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up...
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Propagate!
The show begins! Boba, get them!
Scatter!
Nice and spicy!
Scatter!
Another unstable path. Watch your step. Watch out! There are rocks falling over here! Let the world come alive!
Scatter!
Boba, get them! I must leave no stone unturned. I'll catch up. Shower me with praise!
Terminate! Propagate!
It seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Time to shine!
Scatter!
Time to clean up.
Propagate!
Nice and spicy!
Propagate!
Eat this! I'll try him!
It was my honor to serve you.
Scatter! Propagate! Germinate!
Let my name echo in
May I present?
The show begins!
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past.
Left these slates. Countine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems...
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exact...
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily
Don't blame yourself.
Ooh, the Paimon's getting the chills just... This says that it's...
I really hope...
Still...
Huh. That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but the previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? Also, I'm still wondering why the...
But who...
It seems that any further clues will have to come from
In that case, there's...
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia?
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stones. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Are you really gonna talk?
She has long been...
Alright.
I will be carefully
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. So please... Alright.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food, too! Ooh, dessert! Paimon's already starting to forget what happened to...
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's... Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped in... Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstatter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or... Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow!
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbalop.
Whoa, that's a long one.
My name means...
Thrice as great? That's so...
I know, right? That's
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about...
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're...
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least...
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware there's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just the invitation was sent quite early on. I don't...
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist.
What I can tell you is that I'm an I'm afraid that this... But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from
a visionary?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar. All right.
Thanks, Mona. You're...
Oh, well.
That's the greatest of astrologists for...
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. That's more like it. Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, Trap.
You're here! Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a
Like I said, I've already explained everything!
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson.
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. But you found...
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. The second of these slates depicts the...
I don't. I've never...
I'll ask you again. My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about...
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. I understand your concerns, but... I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and that's all I have to say. We do not Oh! The opera's about to start.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her.
I assume you've been outside for a while.
Oh!
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding. Everyone in her inner circle has... We may have to...
Oh?
Normally, people will only...
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions.
We will need to consider this thoroughly. Join forces with If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god But who will lend us their...
Well, speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the...
That's what family should do.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a...
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you?
Me?
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to... As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create...
Oh? How?
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to...
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss.
In that case, do any of you have experience?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger.
I've also gone diving to catch some fish.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee, though that was their name. They did today. A trap. So,
For me, our line of work requires a deft...
You use some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method...
Calm and steady.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion,
I'd probably use some sort of mechanic. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related...
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, but I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how...
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must...
Wait, what?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing...
So, are we
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is... But we shall require much more courage than any...
Oh, so that's what's going on.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks... it's hard to say. After all, you're the most reliable person... did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Paimon's never seen that...
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. What a strange conclusion, but also such an interesting one. And yet even you feel confused. Consider me a passerby. Precisely. Call me N, a mage who wanders the world. At least, that's the prophecy. Yes.
What?
People call such things fate, and it is written in the stars. It cannot... Just as prophecies are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the...
What is she talking about?
I believe that you understand, right? Ultimately, fate shall... This...
The voice. What? Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Luna!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting—
did she have pink hair by any—
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume I'm in full support of—
That's right! Paimon's glad to—
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed— Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she but I've never met her.
Whoa. The heck?
Their abilities alone are—
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but perhaps it is something that you cannot know, right? Traveler, Paimon, are you two—
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. But even so, I still hope for— Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't.
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help. I suppose that might be—
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But, hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a— Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
You want to outrun the law, you need to know how it works.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the— So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop. Huh. Charlotte she hasn't been able to get a hold of anything. Ugh, seriously? We're here! Paimon. Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tense situation.
1 slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing?
But why would it close?
Well...
Oh, the prophecy. No, it...
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices? These 2 slices are for you. Sijouin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijouin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about human. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You...
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. It's more Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious. Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon!
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you
wouldn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. Have you...
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. So she mentioned me?
She said that you're a
Nice.
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't...
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more...
Yeah, are we even...
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then...
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat with...
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to... Whew, so much to get done now.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example...
Huh, that's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, if you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. From what I've seen, so in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, and then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that... I'm not a dreamer, but anyway...
That's so nice. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow. No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what... We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and... You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been? But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirror.
So the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur... Not at all. I'm well aware that your friends... Yes, and...
A riot?
Well, that said, Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, loudly accusing her of doing nothing. And before she could respond, the crowd continued.
So people...
I agree.
So what happened after that?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that the Marechaussee Phantom had their hands...
So, you mean she...
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many... That said, I don't think there's much to worry. Good.
Don't worry. This is more than enough to go...
Ah, is that so?
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll... And, as we also know, when Nervalet was talking, it would be hard for her... Paimon thinks Farina... Huh! Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh? In that case, there's... That's Farina, right over there.
Should I just give up? What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so... Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry, but what can I even do? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina.
So, it is you, blonde
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't...
what who did that uncivilized... They even did... Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marsh Say Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just...
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with her! This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here!
What?
Hurry, they're almost...
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry.
Yeah, but the people of Poisson... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline. But all my efforts proved we cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will... give up. Indeed, fate is real. But just now... it all became clear to me. As long as the final moment hasn't come, don't worry. I will keep hope alive forever. Well, that's enough for now. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of
Come on!
Cher, that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yeah, and if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage... if that's...
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my... Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of...
So, this is what... Do not forget, however, that...
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your...
You would draw your blade? I see. It seems like you have made up...
Paimon can't believe it.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an arc?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the...
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an...
Looking for excuses again?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I too... But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to... I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true mean... This time, I... applaud and rejoice. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of fun...
Woohoo! Oh, no! Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she...
All right, then.
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent. Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of...
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection. The people's resentment against... Moreover, So you...
And their goal was to force you to step into the...
That's right.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Arrhenius. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off... Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervila, you gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a...
Yes, that is...
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only... As for you, traveler, I suppose you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd Oh? Is that so? It's fine. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's... Oh, let Paimon see. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the... I didn't think that this is the first... A Fatui Harbinger. She... The words of someone as extreme...
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, just fast forward to the... Of course. It is only now...
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I can't...
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you... Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a...
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon See? if you wish.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, and if I...
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words.
A curse. But in light of this claim...
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
Lady Farina...
Well...
Well, don't start. Besides, for centuries, one need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'An...
That doesn't sound right. You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that, but...
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of...
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your... While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to
I never...
That was no trick.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operation instead of having been created by...
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really... It is true that I did... But the Oratrice handed out... You can't...
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof.
My power...
If that poses a concern...
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or...
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons thus did I...
Isn't that?
Yeah, no matter...
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. I'm still the... Please. You've got...
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has...
Did she deceive... Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if you have...
Wow, she gave... That doesn't sound right. That doesn't... It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now.
Miss Navia.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak now. I've brought some seawater from Poisson, including those of some of my closest. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to... If we are to believe, but if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind... I do hope you'll act prudently.
Navia from the... If Lady Farina is indeed...
Lady Farina, this...
Well, of course he had to...
She's just...
What's going on?
Due to the inherent...
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, Will you believe me now?
Miss Siegewin? If you are present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siege? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few...
Please announce the results of...
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run... However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged... We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the
I can't believe... Listen to me, everyone! Think about it! Also...
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's—
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty. We shall now turn to the... According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mechanique...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
That's actually one—
The one and only
Furina's been—
This outcome isn't... Is this sentence really appropriate for the...
Yeah! Even Mache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind—
Indeed. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial
Fremine! You finally made it!
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be...
Is that the first? Huh.
I looked everywhere, but has the trial already concluded? Then...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me... Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates.
Huh? So what do you see?
I believe I've now made...
Huh? So when you say...
In truth, however, I'm uncertain as to how much sense...
Okay, Stone Slate describes what you just said. It seems... Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed OC? The second Stone Slate shows Celeste... This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were... The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded... Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy of the... We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster...
We know from the case of the serial disappearances, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve. Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. And the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slate. It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia, the stone... The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. But not many people... The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with... if we hadn't dealt with it in time.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. Now, but then it feels like...
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny.
We're...
All Fontanians... The evidence for that can be found in... Oh, and according to Navia, when she was...
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty.
The Hydro Archon's true sin?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try...
Yeah! Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into... So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the forests? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people... Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given... However, while you were able to decode all the information when we were at the ruins, now that the slate collection is complete... I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and in the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves expressed to the Hydro Archon. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to... Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial... She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians... Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into...
That's way too much information for me. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for...
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of they have not... The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro. You may also recall... Therefore, that the people of Fontaine shall try... Yes.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, Even though we decided to put on this trial in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So...
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what.
If that's the case...
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate. However, as for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before. This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the...
That doesn't sound quite...
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing.
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand that whale doesn't... It has been and once it has finished consuming...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids...
Precisely. That whale finds... Therefore, when it left the Primordial Sea, it decided to make its next stop a pack...
We just barely managed...
That is correct. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite...
That battle maniac. Anyway, now that we know...
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the Primordial Sea's energy before we could... Even if the entirety of Tevat would...
That's... We've already done everything. We've come...
Indeed. That's no...
I'll fight it to the end.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Just as prophecies are ultimately
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina!
No, I still need answers.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing.
You are not Farina.
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment.
Focalo. Why did you deceive?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. The heavenly principle.
Deceiving the heavenly...
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. One was not amused. She knew full... And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather... I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. I had to outwit the heavenly principle. I'm a genius, I know. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the... But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than...
So you were also once one...
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do. Even after becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, she could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. Her strength, but in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heaven... Do you still remember the In order that the prophecy... Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Fosalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of... Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming. I suppose now you probably understand why you're...
But Farina is only human. Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any...
It has indeed. It's been fought, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely...
So, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, all right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not... I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are... Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Booba, get them!
Yeah, propagate! Scatter! Propagate! Spring forth!
Strike a pose! Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards! Let the world collide!
Nice and spicy!
Propagate! Germinate!
You're toast!
Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are...
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're... Mirror me? Mirror me.
The prophecy.
What prophecy? The people will all...
Oh.
What's going on? But...
I will tell you.
But if there were...
I suppose this would also... Huh? Don't worry. It's nothing. Listen well.
Play as... a god?
That's right. If you can...
But... how will...
Don't worry. Being a human yourself, remember... You're...
So...
To a... But...
A trial. The Maison Cardinalise has... What should I say to most appear... Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've all heard about how I... In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god. As the god Focalor, the god, once again, thank you all for coming. If you this, I thought I might stammer.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpassed...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between...
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen.
Wait, what's going on? Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as human. Calm down, Farina. Think. Assertive. With a... Now, I was wondering if some weak... you may Now then!
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were...
Her personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, the scales of justice, may law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the... There is no trouble in this world, so long as I...
Yes! Oh, yeah!
Lady Farina, here are today's...
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Besides...
That's true,
No need for fright. And do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now.
Lady Farina,
No need. All right. Deoteria, is it?
He's... You're...
Lady Farina.
I see. It's as I thought. All manner. Really?
I'm...
The day is finally over. But it's good to see that maybe this is fine. I just...
Lady Farina, here are the...
They'll be...
Lady Farina, I've...
Indeed, my...
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me... I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that I feel...
Lady Farina. I've heard that the first... Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Really now? I didn't even... This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the So interminable, hundreds of years. I never met. Have I want to tell. All I can do is keep heart.
Farina, although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to
share. That's impossible.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, just share it with me.
A witness. And if Tevat is in its entire... He's right. I could confide in him, but if things don't play out as it... No, Farina. But what if... Farina, is it so... If you think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness...
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, she did very well. If she had let... It seems that trusting...
I believe that How would you be...
Ah, good. Of course the Iudex of Fontaine has... I'm sure...
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Linny did mention that he heard a... It now seemed...
And then I became one with the Oratries, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device... In truth, it is... Oh, you... My work. But really, the vast majority has been... Had to be...
It was all...
Indeed. This power accrued over 5 centuries, but...
So the Oratrice... The destruction of that divine throne...
Returning what's... In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this... Oh, what? The authority of...
All you've done...
I've never quite... Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my right, Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea. And I, speaking of justice, I have always believed that... So, if the theft of the primordial seas, then... Leaving in other... Defying the At this point, Iudex nervous...
So when I was... At last. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Iudex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection?
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
But didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamity. Come with me, Traveler. The hour of execution. Done my best. The power of the Primordial Sea from the weather. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. We shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility. The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Thingy over there. It looks really scary. As a dutiful maid would.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its roots from within.
Propagate! Spring forth!
Leave it all to me. Clover, get them!
Let my name echo in song! How brilliant!
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think... Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point.
That power...
It's just that he is the...
I simply did... So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. That kind of power... All in all... The point...
Well, so what sort of...
Oh, right. His name is Sir Taloji.
I am unfamiliar.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous.
The fa...
Still
Ooh, that one we...
Oh. But I suppose you
Wait!
Actually, never that they all devour such roiling hydro energies will... As such. In other words...
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has
already managed.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hey! Help! Over here!
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
Hurry!
Hey, lend a hand!
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright?
Yeah.
We're saved!
The prophecy was wrong.
Tea parties are...
The soil renewed. The Sweet Sula, old soil, skyship, the various people always. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The value for these big Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a...
Paimon's curious.
And that's exactly... Oh, this time... Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supply. Our residents are...
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more—
Oh, wait, just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions?
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme
I see.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake...
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it a good...
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the... Also, not to...
Wow.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Maripede.
Whoa, you're well...
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the Fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
You're right.
Stay safe now. And tell me...
Yeah.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic...
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you...
Of course.
It's an honor to...
No need to thank me.
Of course.
All right then, this way. It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier, hmm?
Sir, please don't say...
But it looks...
No,
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back... Still, if I might...
Looks like...
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like...
Ah, Sigewinne.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, Sure.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? how have things been at...
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let...
You're too kind.
Oh. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over.
I'll tell them that there's good news and...
Oh.
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so... As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? All right. Last stop, the docks. Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend?
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your...
Sure. Please, write down my address.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step.
Lynette, could you come...
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid... Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions.
That's all right. We were more than happy.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a... diplomatic...
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes. I was quite surprised at first. It could have been done as an apology. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid.
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about.
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason...
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself.
But that's...
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the nose?
That is our duty as Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh?
Greetings, Miss Journalist. That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled...
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met, too. And I guess this must be all right, then. Well,
guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway. Entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! So, you really are here, Neverlette! Kinda didn't think you were going to...
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he... In any case, you came at a...
Alright, let's...
It is strange.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Fossilor destroyed the... But Paimon still doesn't quite get what...
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of... But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by war.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a...
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to As for the judgment passed by the Oratree, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had... hang on a second. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet...
Life has always...
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where...
In truth, those Oceanic...
Paimon...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about...
Ah, Lady Farina. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened... She simply said that she was tired. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the opera house. Not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she still got...
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon...
What about you then?
After Focalor passed on, this matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdict.
Looks like you're still considering stuff for...
As an elemental as such, before I attend to my other response. Additionally, the Hydro Archon...
That's true. Wait, but the various...
As I am now...
Wow.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. When we spoke to Linny we guessed that there might be some...
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just... In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to...
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons. But with something very simple. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know.
You should have the...
Remains? I've never heard of... Well, that much is... But I fear I have...
I've been training with... It is only natural for those who are great. Regardless, you should probably get rid of... To live in itself is a...
What do you mean by that?
No...
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did...
Master never... If you're interested, though, I could ask him.
Next time. You
I do.
That's what she told me.
The remains of So that's what the no-seas actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces.
All the same, assuming that there was no
And she said that it would bring me.
if she speaks the truth. I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this. That means that the no-seas, which are exceedingly I wonder.
No, comparing the Traveler to the dead third Descender and all? That's what you say, but this... Once child recovers, let's get...
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when...
Alright.
Yes.
But...
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like life flows like water, and what ultimate...
Perfect. It's
the only ones for the job. Huh. If our help is really
all it asks us to do is to find the missing person.
Huh?
I came across this commission. It seems simple, with the reputation of the adventure.
Well, that's us for sure.
All I'm asking is for if it proves to be beyond your capabilities as well, I'll talk to the commissioner about.
Okay, so who are we looking for? And what is...
This commission was jointly issued by the residents of Vimara Village, but the problem is, they don't know the missing person.
They're all from the same village, but they don't even know his...